Sorry I'm late, folks, but we're under a rain delay at Truist Park. As some rain is finally coming up and down the down the southern portion of the Atlantic coastline. As most of the northeastern part of the country is taking some hits, as is the Midwest and Mid-South, or the Midwest and Mid-South parts of the country. So yeah, we're going to be under a rain delay for a bit. I got nothing better to do. So to come later today, Pirates at Nationals, Orioles, Reds, Twins, Yankees. All these games save one are going to be on Peacock today. The last one that will be available on NBC. That'll be available to watch later today. Will be San Diego against Los Angeles later tonight at 7. What's going to be a pain in the ass doing this game this soon, for me anyway, is it's the heat of the day here in the Carolinas, which means a lot of humidity interference with the TV reception. I mean a fucking lot of it.
Engineered for real life outdoors. Introducing Be a Big Rewards, a new loyalty program for every day and every milestone. It's not the Bank of America checking account. You grow so. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
Oh. Your constipation will come sooner or later.
Still waiting for not only first pitch, but for a first pitch time announcement as a little weather has interrupted the plans. Not to worry, this looks like it's going to blow out of here. One hopes weather on the ones here on NBC on this Sunday. And yeah, the red and the yellow are no fun. But we're hoping to get through this and have baseball for you on this holiday weekend. We talked about the Braves' 5 All-Stars going to Philly in a week or so. Mets are sending one, and Juan Soto, in what's been a down year for the organization, has really had a fantastic run, considering the lack of support around him, Todd. Even more remarkable. It is remarkable.
Well, you still had Alonso, Nimmo, and others. I mean, if you remove Lindor from the equation, Soto becomes the head honcho in the dugout.
He gets in the box, he has his routine, and he hits. It's like
he is a much healthier. And when it comes to the dugout, he is a much healthier presence for the team.
It's just something special to watch because he never gets out of his comfort zone. And look, he's a 964 OPS right now, second in all of baseball. He's National League. He's a deserving all-star on a team that's really not been supporting him. What do you think of when you watch one Soto hit professionally? Look at this. I look at his stats. He's got 50 home runs at Truist Park. So he love hit here. I admire him from this, and I respect him. That's the way baseball is about it.
Boy, did that hurt.
He was an all-star for the Mets. that's it's one of those things we talked earlier.
Oh, God. You're being run by a narcissistic cunt in front office.
So I think that's why that's been going through from the beginning of the season. 17 games started play today with the trade deadline coming right after the All-Star break. The baseball calendar is relentless that way. We do know this. Juan Soto is not the guy that's being rumored on. The way the Mets behaved on the trade deadline remains a little bit of a mystery. They certainly have some desirable commodities on the roster. They do. And look, if you hear David Stearns talk about it, maybe Juan Soto might be the only guy that he won't say is in conversations everybody else has listened to. And this time of the year, you've got to listen.
Looks like Rain's cleaning out.
The roster construction's been something that has been talked about for quite a while now. And so they're going to be listening. There's guys like Freddie Peralta, like Luke Weaver, that certainly are going to have a market out there. It's just
I'd say get rid of Peralta, keep Weaver, keep Williams, for better or worse in his case. Get rid of Brazaban, ship out Senga because he's been horse shit. Get rid of Manaya. Oh, that hurts.
Was a guy that was traded at the deadline a few years ago. Might feel like yesterday to him. For more on the Mets and what they might do deadline time, let's go back to Ashley and Anthony.
Thanks, Matt. I'm curious as well, Anthony. I mean, just to kind of expand on what they're saying, big picture for the Mets. Obviously, it's been a tough year, but they get a new manager. We're a week away from the All-Star. Take me through what the mentality of the guys is right now as they're kind of trying to wrap their mind around what the season's been so far. Maybe just get into that route.
How about just beat the shit out of David Stearns when the season's over and kick Lindor out of the locker room and hold team meetings to get rid of Lindor in the locker room?
Are we going to sell? What are we going to do? So you get to the All-Star break, you reset, and then you're right back in the fire, wondering where you're going to be. If you're going to get traded, if you're one of those guys on a short-term deal, you know your name's going to be.
Because at this point, as far as I'm concerned, I want Lindor gone. And he can take his two-faced wife with him.
Twitter, whatever, these social media outlets with trade deadline came around, were you one of those type of players? You just let it ride and see what happens?
I think as you are a young player, you feed into it more, and then as you get older, you understand that it's just a rumor until it happens. Some crazy things are floated out there, especially on X and Instagram or whatever it is. So you just got to stay locked in on the game. But we are human beings. We do see what's going on the outside. So you just got to control what you can control. But when your name is getting floated out there, or you're hearing to bring someone in, you get excited as a player, or you can get nervous as a player as well.
And before we talk a little bit more just about the rain delay overall, I want to ask about Andy Greaves because you have a relationship with him as well. But just kind of the position that he's in, obviously a little bit of a tough one, but how he kind of maybe approaches at least getting close to break and then going from there.
Yeah, for him, and he knows some of the other guys being the farm director, so getting to see them come up. The outfielders are awesome, and get their chance in the big leagues is awesome. He's in a tough situation. The guys love him.
Andy Green was the Cubs bench coach in 2020 to 2023 when Rizzo was part of the team before he got shipped out to the Yankees at the deadline in 2021.
Next year.
Anthony, we've already 3 different locations for this game, for this pregame show. So you get to start. We're still waiting to hear word on what the delay is for this supposedly 12:30 first pitch. But you got a little bit hungry as we came up here. Did you decide to get a little snack? You haven't eaten it yet, though.
No, I haven't. It's July 5th, so it's on Sunday. We're on third location.
Let's see, Atlanta. What do we got? Georgia.
So these ones are always the tough one. You warm and stay locked in, or you shut off.
much as I hate to say it, and for those wondering what I'm looking at, here's the current radar for Atlanta. Which means that this game could get pushed back to a doubleheader tomorrow afternoon. Now let's look at the hourly forecast. While they're expecting a few minutes or so, with scattered thunderstorms about an hour later, which means we're not. It'll be White Sox, Guardians, Cardinals, Cubs, Phillies, Royals, Tigers, Rangers, Rays, Astros, Giants, Rockies, Brewers, Diamondbacks, Marlins at A's, Blue Jays, Mariners, Padres at Dodgers. That'll be the other half of the twin bell if we can get this one going later on tonight, and Red Sox against Halos. I'm so ready to kick your ass, you brain dead cunt. Not much, NYG. We're under a rain delay. Struggled out of the game, and it's a guy that you really have learned a lot about from the insides because he struggled, the team struggled, and they kept him in there, and he made some adjustments to his swing, and he's been as consistent a hitter that this lineup has seen, and both of them bring that energy. You mentioned Juan Soto. In all honesty, it's been raining in Atlanta since near the end of last night's game. Turns into a tear down because Boguchet has off that in which there are movable. It's like the outfield is the thing that can stay. Were you ever in a position, Andrew, as a veteran guy like Juan Soto, playing with two younger outfielders around you? Well, I think in 2005, we were a lot of injuries. We had a lot of young guys come in. Gary Johnson, you name them. So we were a very young team in 05. So they went out there, they ended up having a good career and move on to other teams. But you just have to take advantage. And I think that watching these guys play, they're fabulous. I think once so kind of taking on the wing and out there to give them the boost. And if somebody that's that kind of player like one Soto give you a hand on the shoulder and say, hey, let's go, you're going to go out there and kind of play hard. Yeah, it works both ways, like you said. I mean, Juan, I feel like has been energized for the kids, and the kids certainly must think it's cool to have Juan as a mentor.
TikTok sitting with them. You see them sitting with them on the bench. They're smiling. They're trying to figure it out. And the kids, when I say the kids, Carson Bench and AJ Ewing especially, when they make great plays in the outfield, it seems like they're trying to one up the next guy. I wonder, is there any of that competition that you felt in center field because you're a 10 times home lover, guys trying to keep up with you? I told Jeff would go one time, when he got called up, he was like, hey, he came to me, he was like, hey, Andrew, what should I do? I said, well, you see me run, get out of the way. So, I'll try to catch every ball that I can catch. But, like I said before, these guys are just getting a chance, and to me, especially with all these injuries that they have. And, when you get a chance, you go out there and you do those things, other teams look at you, and, if that needs to help here and there, they're gonna go. So, we have more rain moving. Is it Gibbs 9 and Ashley and Anthony?
Today's starting line for the Mets, it's Lindor at short, Soto DHing, Bichette third, Vientos at first, Benjamin right, Taylor in left, Ewing in center, Torrens behind the plate, and Beatty playing second. If we can get this game underway. First career hit for Andrew Jones, August 15th, 1996, in Philadelphia at the old Vet before he blew it up at the end of the 2003 season. By that point, the Eagles had already moved out into the new Lincoln Financial Field. I'm expected to get thunderstorms at around 7 o'clock.
They say that their entire career flashes before their eyes in that time it takes to write the speech. So if you're thinking about All-Star games and World Series moments and big moments that you played in, where does a walk-off?
What I'm showing you is a weather projection on my phone from Weather app. It's not a YouTube thing. Here's the projection of the next 9 or so hours out, 8 hours out or so between now and when the game and when things are going to get, when we could get a first pitch, or if we get a first pitch.
So it was a great series, and by the time we went back to New York to play the Yankees, we were out of juice. So the Yankees had a great team. They swept us. So it was a great series against the Mets. While you were getting that walk, I was facing the Yankees and getting beat by them for the fourth time as a Texas Ranger, and we didn't give them enough competition. We didn't wear them out enough for you guys, so they were fresh. You didn't do me a favor. That walk-off walk that year was the last Mets-Braves game televised on NBC, and it might stay that way if the clouds stay overhead here today. We hope not. We hope to freshen up the reel, even though there's a little bit of weather overhead. There is live baseball coming your way, regardless of what happens here. In the weather category, Cubs Nationals, Orioles Reds, kicking off at 1 o'clock. The entire day of Major League Baseball is starting unfortunately, it's the nature of some other plans in terms of timeliness.
Kansas drove for Chicken Ass Racing. 2020 after Kyle Larson got suspended for, probably 41 races. He attempted with Michael Waltrip Racing, which included 12. Brett Moffitt made 7 starts with Michael Waltrip Racing in the Cup Series, including an 8th place finish at Atlanta. Didn't really work out there. Remember when Rochester made these 3 starts for Roush? He had 20 after Ryan. He was ready to get from the 500. This plane, he drove the Roush number 99 car, swept from Carl Edwards, out 4 Edwards off the lane. Matt Carafin raced the number 18 Clark Edwards racing the 2015 Daytona 500 after Kyle was cut. David Gillen made 3 NASCAR Cup Series starts for Joe Gibbs Racing in 2009, driving the Surgeon car. People forget Ty Dillon was the first driver ever for 23 Racing in the 2021 class. Zach Passon drove the 14 car for Superhouse Racing, subbing for Tony Stewart at Watkins Glen in 2013. Chase Elliott made 5 starts, the number 25 car for Motorsport in 2016. Jeff Gordon made 8 starts, subbing for Galen Hurts to drive the number 8 car. For 1 race, Kyle Petty was a P15 driver, driving the number 12 car, subbing for Jeremy Mayfield in the 2003 400. I feel like people definitely read this one. Jeremy Mayfield made it start in 2008 for Chicken Ass Racing at Dover. Red Bull legend Mike Smith made 5 starts in the team in 2008. Bill Elliott attempted to make a start for Red Bull in 2006. Charlotte was Austin Dillon made his first NASCAR Cup Series start in 2011.
I started posting out lessons on TikTok. I went from a class of 30 to teaching millions. Now I get comments from students who want to be teachers, engineers, students who finally get it. Parents, grandparents, even teachers, all finding new ways to connect with them.
Independence Day, America's pastime, stars and stripes, and stars in stripes. Whether you prefer mother homes in kitchen for the 4th of July, or start the holiday weekend barely breaking a sweat, a wonderful boy, anyone who made it to the ballpark, the Aussies are here, left with something to remember. We in baseball. A heat wave is rolling through. Sure, these guys are still putting. There's so much exertion. It's important to stay cool.
Give me a break, Kenny. I mean, especially when you don't know if this game's even going to get started. Da, da, da. I mean, seriously, I mean, I know.
Sixth straight year with 5 All-Stars coming off that Dr. roster. Freddie Freeman starting at first base. And, more games here than in LA, but Andrew, folks are starting to get used to him in Baltimore. When you talk about the Hall of Fame, this is a guy that might have a pretty interesting decision coming up in a number of years. So it's going to be tough, to be honest with you. But, I'm afraid for Bernard. I know what kind of player he is. It's going to be interesting. And, it's going to be a tough one to choose. But, he's always a breeze. And he's always going to be I'm looking forward for his handles here. What he's going to end up to when he's numbers for now. It's definitely it feels like only yesterday that Anthony Rizzo was chasing him up the third baseline or first baseline, wherever that chase took place, Riz, when you're yelling Frederick. Do you think he goes into the Hall of Fame as a Braver and Dodger? I'm putting you to the question right here. I hate to say this here, and it's all stopping around the time.
If he's gonna have a square calf for him.
You didn't start out though, right, Rizzo? We had
Such a good friend, and unfortunately,
waiting for this game to start. Were you surprised there was a Rizzo jersey here?
The Braves down here is always been
Seneca, South Carolina, huh? Interesting. I might as well grab a bite before they make the announcement. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some leftovers. Watch the lettuce leaves while I'm here now. Yeah, maybe this would have been with roaming. I don't know why Vincent used iceberg. Everyone except it looks like we're going to be shifting game call from New York, Atlanta, if we don't get the update, to Pittsburgh against Washington. Do I find what is about to happen to be bullshit? Yes. But am I going to waste time on not calling this game? No. No use getting mad over a ball game that might get scrapped due to a rain delay on an empty stomach, after all. Itadakimasu. For now, let's head to sunny Washington. Connor Griffin, Brandon Rowe, Lyon Reynolds, as Merlin Valdez, Ryan O'Hearn, Nick Gonzalez, Andy Rodriguez, Tyler Callahan, and Jake Magnum due up for the Pirates. Consider this a little bonus coverage until we get a verdict on what's going to go down in Atlanta. Strike one by Caminelli. Or Savelli. Hey, Mess. One and one. Kate Savali, 5-4 record, 3.69 ERA on for 18 starts. 2-1 pitches, a swing and a miss, 2-2. You know, you would think that with how good Washington has been this year, there'd be more people in Nationals Park. But given how outside their Cinderella run in 2019, foul ball, and their 4 divisional titles in 2012, 2014, 2016, and 2017, there hasn't really been much for Washington Nationals fans to get excited about. In the 31 years since the team moved to Washington to DC from Montreal. 2-2 pitch. And I lost the signal. Damn it. And it was foul. And it's low, full count. Chopped over the mound. And Abrams will have to put that one in his pocket. Connor Griffin beats it out with a leadoff infield hit. And before anyone asks what the hell I'm eating, it's a Gulf Coast salad that I made yesterday. I shared with my mother. Basically, it's spring onion, celery, and rice and shrimp. Mix in a dressing of salt, mustard powder, hot chili sauce, tomato sauce, mayonnaise, lemon juice. Swing and a miss, strike one to low. By low, 0-1. Pirates playing 500 ball this late in the year, kind of out of the blue for them. Go back to the plate, safe. And it's also served on a lettuce bed. That's foul and into the over the Pirate dugout. And fouled off again. It's an ideal little side dish for a summer meal. Go back to second. That's 2 disengagements. One more, and it's a balk. H-back, gotta be careful here. If I wasn't on the clock on opening day, I would have called Mets versus Pirates. Off he goes, and it's fouled off. Was that 3 disengagements? It was. So Griffin goes to second by default. Got him. Here comes Reynolds. Look back. Oh, 1. Grounder to first. Junior will step in the bag. That moves Griffin over to third. National defense is Curtis Meade, C.J. Abrams, Robert Vivas, Cabert Ruiz, Luis Garcia in the infield, Wood Cruz, and I didn't see who was in left in the out. There's Valdez. It's fouled off 0-1. Valdez on a 9-game hitting streak, 4 homers, 11 RBIs, 6 2-hit games. He's gotten 2 or more hits in those 9, amongst those 9. That's Rip Foul 0-2. Looks like Reed's got hit in the face with the bat. This back in the sink, clean it off. So what am I going to need tomorrow for the grocery store? I'm going to require both cards. Chases, strike 3, and Savatli gets himself out of an issue with a leadoff infield hit and a single and a balk. 1 hit for Pittsburgh. Nationals coming up. Still waiting on the update from Atlanta. If we'll even get the game and at what time we'll get the first pitch in. So for now, you guys are stuck with me calling the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Washington Nationals. As much as I know this is a stain on the ABSN, Kenny, Pat, at least understand I'm stuck doing this out of necessity, waiting for a call. Waiting for the answer from New York to get to Atlanta over this rain delay, okay? It is not something I want to do. Let's see what Bubba Chandler does for Pittsburgh. He's been probably the worst pitcher in the rotation for the Buccos. And Scott. And I've lost the damn signal again. This is why I hate using NBC and or Peacock. And James Woods gets walked on. How many pitches did he get walked on? 4-pitch walk by Bubba. Tough break for Pittsburgh to start this inning. Garcia Jr. up next. Oh, it's Lyle who's in left. Strike one over the middle. One, two. Pop up. Caught. One away. Let's check back with the Mets and see if there's any update on the change. Oh, one occurs to me. Okay. We got an update. First pitch will be 2:15. Ruiz cracks this one. Center field, but it's playable. And it's caught by Reynolds. 2 down. So we got to ride this out for at least another hour at best. Bought a cheeseburger from homemade last night. Abrams, right field. And caught. Mm-hmm. That's a sub. Next time, just push the game call back. No. Why do you? I'm going to be doing the Field of Dreams. This year, it's the Philadelphia Phillies versus the Minnesota Twins. Hearn. Oh, excuse me. And for those wondering where I got the Gulf Coast salad recipe, I got out of this. Page 78, pages 78 and 79. Though I didn't have the lemon wedges. Full count to O'Hearn as he takes one almost nicks him. Oh, excuse me. And that one's gonna go ball 4. Here comes O'Neal Cruz. Oh, this is what happened to O'Neal on June 6th. Oh, broke 2 fingers and broke his hand in 2 spots. That's gotta sting. It's gonna lead to a lot of reconstructive surgery on that hand if you're O'Neal Cruz. No wonder the Pirates are a mediocre squad this year. Sorry to any fans of the my viewers who are fans of the Bucks, but of the Pittsburgh Buccos, but you get my point. I mean, outside of a couple of seasons in the mid-2010s, your team has been irrelevant since the early 90s at the best. Early 90s at best, and late 70s when you won the title in 79 at worst. The We Are Family era. Fouled off 0-2. Tell me, NYG, am I wrong about when I say that about the Pirates? Found that one off. Let me go put the book back. Those are delicious. What are those? Montpellier. In a nutshell, they're a fancier French version of a hash brown. Ground ball, base hit in the center. Everyone goes station to station. Good at bat by Gonzalez. Good at bat by Gonzalez. For those wondering if I'm going to do San Diego versus Los Angeles, if the Met game had started on time, I would have said yes. But given time constraints due to this rain delay, the answer to that question for tonight is no. Edney Rodriguez is up next. Will I be calling the All-Star game next Tuesday? Yes, I will. Check swing didn't go 1-1. next weekend from Philadelphia? Yes. Chopped. Only plays to first. Gets the out. Everyone else moves up. And the signal is fading. And fading in and out pretty badly on my end. Again, I'm only doing this as a time. I'm just doing whatever bit of this game the stream and the broadcast will allow as a time kill. And it's something to kill time until the Mets and Braves actually get started at 2:15. Keep that in mind. All right. I'm just doing this little bit of bonus coverage as out of necessity. Here's the last batter in the Pirates' batting order for today, Tyler Callahan. Takes upstairs, ball one. Acquired in free agency by the Pirates in March. 7-year vet. 8-year vet. This is 8th year in the leagues. He was originally drafted by the Reds in 2019. Maybe he's a rookie. I don't know. First 1-0, rip to the hole, base hit. That's going to bring home 2, and the Pirates are going to get on the board first. 2-0 Pittsburgh. For a team called the Pittsburgh Pirates, while I understand Pittsburgh is not really big on anime unless it's TechoCon, which is their big anime convention in the Steel City, why is it that the Pirates didn't have One Piece Day first? Were they afraid of having to break out sake or whatever huge barrels of sake? Or were they terrified of Luffy possibly stealing their Jolly Roger? That ball's going to get bounced in the dirt or down the first base line. Callahan's turning second. He's going to go all the way to third on the pickoff error. That's an E1 on Savali. I think Callahan's a little sick if he's going into his helmet. But I mean, seriously. I would also get if the Pirates were afraid of Luffy stealing their Jolly Roger. Down left field line, but it's going to go foul into a mostly empty crowd. I mean, given that the Nationals have sucked dick ever since their 2019 title, I can't blame a lot of people for not showing up at Nationals Park outside of opening day and closing day. Through the hole on the left side, base hit, 3-0 Pittsburgh. Then again, with how competent the Pirates have been so far, I guess you could say with the team under the gun to get out of the basement, this season is kind of, I mean, granted, I know the team hasn't eaten a devil fruit, but I guess you could say this is kind of sink or swim. I mean, a year where it's sink or swim for Pittsburgh. Let me try again. A year that's kind of sink or swim for Pittsburgh. And now we're switching to the Twins versus the Yankees that's about to get started. I guess we're going to be bouncing between game calls until we get this game between New York and Atlanta started, which should be in about 40 minutes. In the meantime, the Yankees are taking the field. They had been in a massive tailspin since Aaron Judge went down. Went from top of the division to now 4 back at Tampa. Here's Derek Shelton, the new manager of the Twins, after Rocco got fired after last year. It'll be Martin, Buxton, Clemens Bell, Louis Caratini, Lee Kreidler, and Keyshaw all due up from Minnesota this afternoon. On the mound for the Bombers, Ryan Weathers. Oh boy. Aaron Boone's got to be desperate if he's putting this kid out there. Defense for the Yankees, Bellinger in left, Max Schumann in right, Trent Grisham in center. Caballero at third, Volpe in short, Chisholm at second, Wells behind the plate, and Ben Rice at first. I mean, seriously, why wasn't Ben Rice picked for the Yankees to go to the All-Star game? Oh, wait, he was, but he's a reserve. And in the event that Judge can't make it in time for the All-Star game, who's going to replace him in right for the American League squad is what I want to know. Up until last year, the National League team had been in a rut, never gained more than 3 runs in the All-Star game. Base hit and a leadoff double for Minnesota to start the game on the very first pitch. Looks like the White Sox and the Guardians game for the top spot in the AL Central is also under a rain delay, which means the Cardinals and the Cubs could also be under one fairly soon too. Ball 1. Buxton fouls that one down the left field, down the third baseline. Two one. Those were when the Mets start. But the Braves starting lineup is they're going to start with Drake Baldwin leading off, then Ozzy Albies, Matt Olson, Michael Harris, Mauricio Dubon, former Met Dominic Smith, Austin Riley, Mike Yastrzemski, and who's this? Jim Jarvis. Who? Must be a call up. Two pitch. Up the middle, off the glove, and just flip the third. Safe. I would just put that one in my pocket at best. At worst, try to go first. But with Buxton speed, you weren't going to get him. Yankees going to move the infield in, willing to sacrifice a run for a couple of outs. Fouled off, 1-1. There you go. No, you're not. 2-1. It's Clemens who's up. For those wondering, this is Cody Clemens, the son of Roger Clemens' son. 2-1. Gonna throw over the first to try to get Buxton. That's one disengagement. Two and two. Full count. And signal lost again. What happened? Let's see. I fucking hate when this happens. Foul ball. We'll do it again. And you got him swinging. One down. Oh, it's a strike him out, throw him out. Buxton tried to steal second, so it's a double play. Should MetLife Stadium stay grass for Mets games? I mean Giants games and Jets games. You're damn right it should. That artificial turf has been injury bug buffetville. Get rid of it, damn it. Driven to right field. Toward the corner. See ya. 2-0 Twins. Oh, it's a line drive single. 1-0 Twins. Excuse me. By Josh Bell. I could have sworn that one went over the fence, not off the wall. Oh, tomorrow, and tomorrow. Oh, he had it, but it came out of his glove. Okay, that's what happened. And Sherman caught it, but it popped out of his glove. Ball 1. Ground ball. Bell hops over the ball. Inning over. So 1 run on 3 hits. Yankees coming up, down a run. Run to Minnesota. And we're still about 30 minutes out from the first pitch in Atlanta. For those wondering what my thoughts on Patrick Ewing's sign with the Wizards to be an assistant, I remember a couple years in the last decade where he spent some time as an assistant on the Hornets coaching squad. On the Hornets as an assistant coach for the Hornets in 2014 and 2015. Tyler Fedko will replace Buxton. I don't know what happened to Byron. Maybe he got concussed. I don't know. Trent Grissom swinging, fouls it off. I didn't see anything on that Buxton slide either. One and one. And lots of single again. Grisham goes down swinging, so it wouldn't have mattered. Here's Ben Rice. Strike one. Foul off. John swinging, 2 down. Joe Ryan really cooking it up. See the 03 Rumble, then the 04, the 07, 2008, 2010, 2013, 2015, 14. Lesser of two evils, I suppose, when you think about it in hindsight, between which Rumble is better between the 2014 and 2015 Rumbles. 2017 Rumble, then the 19 Rumble. I prefer the 2020 over the 21, 23 over 22, and the 24 over the 25 over the 24. That one's driven deep right center, but playable. Keyshaw under it. He'll make the catch. Inning over. For those wondering, I'm looking at a Royal Rumble tournament bracket on Facebook. Basically taking each of the previous 39 Rumbles, with the last Rumble getting a bye, and trying to determine in one-on-one situation, one-on-one, when comparing each of the Rumbles that are matched up, which one is better. So far, the 89 Rumble beat the 88 Rumble. I mean, expected, since the 88 Rumble was kind of experimental with only 20 guys as opposed to 30. The 91 Rumble beat the 90 Rumble, considering Hogan's storyline with the Gulf War and how Sarge had turned on America when he had come back, when he had returned to the WWE at the time. Whereas the 90 Rumble was just there. The 92 Rumble over the 93 Rumble, when you consider the star talent that stacked the 92 Rumble, plus what was at stake, and Ric Flair's storyline. The 94 Rumble with the controversial double winner situation over the 95 Rumble, mostly because the 95 Rumble was rushed. Match was rushed. The 97 Rumble with the convoluted controversies with Austin cheating his way back into the match to win over the generally boring 1996 Rumble when you think about it. The 98 Rumble over the 99 Rumble. I mean, the 99 Rumble was just stupid anyway. And the 2001 Rumble over the 2000 Rumble, due to the significance of Austin winning his third over The Rock winning his first. Understandable. Next up is the 2002 versus the 2003 Royal Rumble. You could go either way in that. On the one hand, and let me just see this pitch, ball one to Caratini. On the one hand, the 02 Rumble was pretty loaded after the Alliance Lance was basically kicked out the door, and whatever remnants remained and stuck around for what they could. Also, the returns of old timers like Mr. Perfect and the big boss man, Mr. Perfect. Mr. Perfect, the Godfather, and the big boss man. And as well as the ending. My biggest con with the O2 and the upset of Maven eliminating The Undertaker. My biggest con with the 2002 Rumble is the long gaps in between participants. It was one of the reasons why the 2-minute interval rule per entrant has only been used twice since then, in 2017 and during last year's Rumble. 2-2 pitch, 2-1 pitch, foul off 2-2. I mean, Triple H winning, fine, didn't have a problem with it. The 03 Rumble, on the other hand, had a slightly more consistent card leading into the Rumble. You had some decent stories with Brock having to go through the Big Show to get into the Rumble and come out as the penultimate entrant, The Undertaker's return. And for the first time in the history of the Rumble, the last two men to go in were the last two standing. Swung and miss. So I would take the 03 Rumble over the 02 Rumble, mostly due to storylines that are much more concise. The 04 versus the 05 Rumble. On the one hand, and the 04 Rumble is the one a lot of people try to cover up for the sake of the fact of who won that event. Second man to go number one and go on and win it all. Enter the match number one and go wire to wire. But because of the crime he would commit 3 years later, most people try to scrub him from history. And you know who I'm talking about. The 05 Rumble, on the other hand, set up the stage for what would basically dominate the WWE for the next half decade or so with John Cena and Dave Bautista. But for the feels, I prefer the 04 Rumble over the 05 Rumble. 2006 Rumble versus 2007. 2006 had the story of Rey Mysterio entering at number 2 and going wire to wire, but it was mired by a bad card. But the show as a whole was mired by a bad card. Fierce thunderstorm warning for Richmond County in effect until 2:45. Yeah, I just got thunderstorm watch for Richmond County in my area. 2-2. Oodaloo. The 07 Rumble had probably the best ending with a 10-minute war between The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels to be the last man standing. So I go with the 07 Rumble. '08 versus '09. '08 was basically a sign of passing the torch of past, present, future. For its final three. Triple H representing the past, John representing the present, Batista supposedly representing the future. That's looped in the left center base hit. With Cena coming out on top. Whereas the '09 Rumble, a decent enough card in its own right to lead up to the Rumble, and the star power was pretty stacked. With the storyline being around how Legacy was ganging up on everybody until finally Orton won it. On that, I give the edge to the '09 Rumble. 2010 versus 2011 Rumble, no brainer. I give it to the 2010 Rumble because 40 men just bloated. It was too much of a bloat. And not to mention that was Michael Cole at his worst in the commentary, being a jackass heel who I wanted to strangle, who back then I wanted to strangle to death. And the whole storyline of Hornswoggle being an anonymous GM for Raw. Though we wouldn't find out it was Hornswoggle until a year later. So yeah, I give that edge to the 2010 Rumble. 2012 versus 2013. I kind of give it to the 13 Rumble for John Cena beginning his comeback because the previous year he had been in a tailspin. 2014 versus 2015. This is where your decision would be split. Both Rumbles are considered amongst the worst of all time. The former because the Authority were going to full-blown dickish abusive power trip heel couple mode, basically doing what they could to keep Brian Danielson out of the picture for WrestleMania because they've been feuding with him since SummerSlam when they screwed him out of the WWE title, on keeping it on Orton at any and all costs. The 2015 storyline, Rumble, on the other hand, had a similar storyline, but was trying to build Roman as the ultra babyface. Paz Caballero, base hit. And everyone hated it. I mean, everyone knew that the 14 Rumble had its deck stacked for Batista to win to keep the belts in the Authority. The 2015 event, on the other hand, had a curb. On the other hand, everyone wanted Bryan, and instead they shoved Reigns down our throats. And we think about what we got as a payoff in both cases in hindsight. We had a feel-good story in the aftermath of the former, and the heist of the century in the aftermath of the latter. So, which one has more substance to it between the two? Don't get me wrong, both Rumbles are bad. Strike 3, liner to left, caught, 2 down. Now let's look at the banged up Bronx Bombers. Rib stress fracture for Judge. Calf strain for Stanton. Schmidt under the knife for Tommy John. Bone bruise for Max Fried. Radone elbow inflammation, which means he's going under the knife too. Strike 1. Between the two, I would have to say the 2014 Rumble is better. It's better to have Daniel Bryan not in it than to have him in there for 10 minutes and then just kick him to the curb, despite fan protests. The 2016 versus the 2017 Rumble, the deck was stacked against Roman. People wanted Trips to win the belt back, plus the debut of the phenomenal AJ Styles and the return of Sami Zayn really bolstered the 2016 Rumble's staying power over the 2017 events. So I gave it to the 2016 event. 2018 versus 2019. If only the WWE was willing to commit to Nakamura, I would have given it to the 18, but I gotta give it to the 19 Rumble. 2020 versus 2021. I gotta give it to the 20 Rumble because Drew was given his opportunity only for it to be destroyed by COVID. And we know who's going to get his comeuppance on a state level if the states bother with it. True, the auto pen was for national immunity, but state level immunity, Uh-uh. $22 versus 23. Yeah, no brainer. 23 wins that one. It was the return of Cody after 9 months on the shelf 7 months on the shelf with a torn pectoral muscle. Only for him to get screwed at the last minute, because I would have preferred Cody winning the title at 23, not me at 39, not at 40. The 37th versus the 38th Rumble, I gotta give it to the 25 event. Cody going back to back, nice and dandy and all. But we knew that WrestleMania, they were finally going to get that belt off Roman. The Jey Uso, on the other hand, was for shock value to see if he could be a main event star. Needless to say, it didn't really work out last year. So either way, I'm giving it to the Royal Rumble of. Yeah, with a lot of tunnel vision, strike one on the split finger. In about 7 minutes, we'll head out to turn field, and we can finally get the game I'm supposed to be calling started. It was a Dodger, if I remember correctly. Strike two. That one catches the corner. Didn't go. 1-2. Two and two. Chopped. Foul it off. 0-2.
Get data right there. The call just stands. It is a ball. Now Mammal says, I've not seen this one before.
For those wondering what happened last night between the St. Louis Cardinals and down the left field line, but it's going to hook foul. What happened between the in last night's game between the St. Louis Cardinals and the Chicago Cubs? There was a fog bank that rolled in, and it screwed up the ABS, causing it to malfunction. Because it can work in rain, sun, wind, and ice, but it can't handle fog. 0-2 pitch to Volpe, outside 1-2. Strike 3. Okay, so it seems Tom Grassi is $90,524 from his $1.5 million goal. And we are finally back at Truist Park. Mets come into the 17 back of Atlanta because of their own incompetence, as well as a self-indulgent narcissist in the front office who deserves to get his head punted, get his fucking head kicked in, as far as I'm concerned. Martin Perez will pitch for Atlanta. This is his 18th start, 6-5 record, 3.27 ERA, 77 innings, 61 strikeouts to 30 walks, a 1.16 WHIP. So he hasn't been. He faces Francisco Lindor, Juan Soto, Bo Bichette, Mark Vientos, Carson Bench, Tyrone Taylor, AJ Ewing, Luis Torrens, and Brett Beatty this afternoon. Mets haven't scored more than 3 runs in any of the last 5 games. Olsen at first, Dubon at left, Harris at center, Yastrzemski at right, Albies at second, Jarvis at short, Riley at third, Baldwin behind the plate for Atlanta. Door 3 for 9 this series, but he's been on the shelf for the better part of 2 months due to a leg injury. Hence why his numbers are sufficiently down this year. We'll be lucky if he gets 50 and 60 this season, or even 50. First pitch, takes strike one on the fastball. On a curveball. On a sinker. It also has to do with political bullshit in the locker room, Matt. 0-2 pitch. Inside, too far in, 1-2. But then again, nobody will say anything about the ground ball. Dropped by Riley, and Lindor's on. E5 on the fielding error. Bad hop on Riley. Soto up next. I don't know what the hell that was about. Big cut and a miss, 0-1 by Soto. And he missed it, 0-1. Another sinker by Perez. In the right field, base hit. That's heading deep towards the gap. And toward corner, Lindor to third, but So's going to get tagged out trying to stretch it. Good arm by Yastrzemski to cut down Soto. If that had gone a little deeper into the corner, then yeah, I'd see Soto trying to go to second, but I would have hit the brakes right there. Ball one to Bichette. Mets have not been doing good with runners in scoring position throughout the last week or so. 1-1. And those clouds above the stadium worry me. 1-1 pitch to Bichette. And Bichette lifts one over the moved in infield for a base hit, and the Mets are going to draw first blood with an RBI single by Bo Bichette. For Bo, that's RBI number 47 on the season. Going curveball, and it's low. 1-0 to Vientos. Vientos had a 2-run homer in last night's game. And for only the second time in the series, the Mets have gotten a run that's not a home run shot. 2-0. But again, what most people don't talk about with this Mets team is it's the bullshit that's going on in the locker room that caused all this. And Francisco Lindor himself. And why do I call him out the worst? Do I really need to beat this dead horse? You already know how mad I get when I talk about it. 3-0 pitch. And Vientos gets walked on 4 pitches, and Perez is off to a bad start right out of the gate. Carson Benj up next. Excuse me, I gotta move around a little bit. My legs are starting to kill me. Or was that Bichette's 48th? I don't know. First pitch to Perez to Benj. Why not go ABS on that one? That's clearly a strike. I always hate when these pitchers just trust the judgment and not want to risk wasting a chance this early. That's fouled off. I don't know if that was off the plate or off Benj's foot. Either way, 1-1. Better change that out soon. 1-1 pitch is low, 2-1. And for those wondering what I need to change out, there's a filter in one of the other rooms there's a moisture evaporator in the other room because given how low to the ground I am, it tends to get moldy in some of the other rooms. In my room is. Bench hits this one to right. Liner easily caught by Yastrzemski. No one's going to move. 2 down. Tyrone Taylor up next. He did get the Mets on the board with a solo shot last night. Strike 1. One on a curveball he doesn't bother to go after. Taylor makes a big cut and misses at another one. This time a changeup. 0-2. Ground ball to short. Jarvis will to deep short. Jarvis will take the safe route and get Vientos at second to end the inning. Mets get 1 run on 2 hits, an error, and they strand 1. And laying up next, Mets up 1-0. I still want to kick that cunt David Stearns' ass. this shirt now. I don't know what it means. There's little holes in it. Oh well. I don't really get clothes that often. Request clothes all that often for birthdays. Anyway. Noah McLean will take the mound now for the Mets. He is 5-5 this year in 17 starts. Really fallen off the cliff when you think about it. Had some pretty bad starts. In strike one to Baldwin as he fires a fastball over the plate. 0-1. Gonna go curveball and tip it into the glove. 0-2. Did he go? No, he did not go around. 1-2. Did it hit him? Let's see, where'd this get him? Back foot. Now it's Ozzy up. That one outside, 1-0. I would have gone with the fastball, not the curveball. Ball 2. Well, this is my biggest problem with McLean. He tries too hard to be cute and experiment instead of just throw it over the fucking plate. Fouled off on the sinker. That was the 12th batter McLean has hit this year. And that's the other problem with him. He has little to no control over his off-speed shit. Driven to right field. Fair ball heading toward the wall. Baldwin's going to be... Bench has difficulty getting it out of his glove. Run scores, tie game. Or not. Strike one, ball 1. Just throw him fireballs here, McLean, you fuckwad. Foul off, takes the glove, and takes the mask completely off Terenz's face. 1-1. Ball 2, but if I'm Terenz, I challenge this. Instead, he's just going to double down and just going through with it instead of challenging it. I mean, if he challenges it, that's clearly a fucking strike. In the left, sliding catch. Taylor's going to throw the whole Baldwin. I mean, to ensure nobody moves up. One down. Good catch by Taylor. McLean, stop throwing that curveball to the outside. Bring that cunt. Fuck you, Chris. Up the middle, that's going to score 2. Atlanta's up 2-1. And this is why Nolan McLean has got to ditch that damn curveball. It's been doing him more harm than good this year. Take it out of your fucking arsenal, kid. Just get rid of it. Bring that little cunt. Just get rid of your fucking curveball, you piece of shit. And a pickoff error. Great. This is why I want David Stearns out as manager, as GM of the New York Mets. This level of incompetence. Because this team is being run into the ground by a couple of cunts in the front office. David Stearns, who has no fucking clue on how to be the GM of a large market squad, and Steve Cohen, who has no clue about baseball and only wanted to help with the money because he had and was only picked because of the money. Ball 1. Up the middle, base hit again. It's now 3-1 Atlanta. And we need a manager who is not an analytics-driven assmonger. I mean, ass sucker. The sooner this team moves away from analytics, away from fucking Moneyball, the better off they'll be. Won't be this year. It won't be next year. I don't know when the hell Steve Cohen's going to pull his head out of his ass and strip Stearns of the GM position. Because by doubling down on this brain-dead little cunt, you're accepting status quo, Cohen. Two and 0. Bay to one over the 6-4-3 double play, but not before 3 runs get across due to defensive incompetence. 3 runs, 2 hits, 3 hits, 1 error, nobody left. 3-1 Atlanta. I just want this team to survive, but they can't do it unless they get rid of David Stearns and Francisco Lindor. Those two have become terrorists. They are a cancer that need to be cut. And then when the season's over and Andy Green is fired, we hire a disciplinarian, someone who will put this pack of dogs who call themselves a baseball team in their place and get them to respond to discipline. And as for Stearns, get him out of the GM position. He can be Pobo still, but remove him from general management. He has been a selfish, narcissistic, hypocritical little bastard who's got to go. AJ Ewing leads off. High sinker, strike one. I'll be so happy when I don't have to do Met games beginning in October. And hopefully by 27, it'll be the death of Stearns' tenure as GM. And then we find someone who is not an analytically driven cunt, who is willing to get money in free agents, shell out big bucks in free agency to get the big names, and try to fix what David Stearns destroyed because of his arrogance. Look, more of the rose-tinted sunglasses wearing Met fans may want to say, but Mets, how dare you say that? And you call yourself a loyalist to this team? 30 fucking years I've been part of this fan base, for the good and the bad. And I've seen more bad than good with this team. And this is the epitome of bad. I wasn't around. I wasn't paying attention during the Bobby Bonilla bullshit. So I didn't see the 93 season, okay? Ewing smashes this one deep center field, going back to the track to the wall, and it's gone. Leadoff home run, AJ Ewing, his 5th of the year, and the Mets are within 1. It's now 3-2. It's out of here.
And so is on the deep center track near the wall. And it's Tywin ahead with 0-2. And he flies one out to right field. Back goes Tucker to the warning track. Back in the field. It's out of here. 1-2 Alonso. And he lifts one out to right field. Chasing Rodin back to the warning track, and it's out of here! Pete Alonso goes the other way.
Sorry about that. And Torrens gets plunked, so he'll be on as the tying run at first. Brett Beatty do up next? So both pitchers off to a rocky start in the early going. Brett Beatty due up next. Beatty takes strike one over the middle out. Beatty has not done well this season, but I blame that on Stearns and Mendoza doing too much to experiment with the little guy by constantly having him bounce around between right field, third base, left field, and first base when his best option is third base, and when that's not available, you could have put him at second instead of doubling down and keeping Simeon out there for as long as he did until the hip issue came up. Until the issue with Simeon's hip came up. But no, Mendoza and Stearns doubled down everything like a couple of the pair of dumb fucks that they are. Amongst qualifying hitters, Beatty has amongst the lowest OPS alongside Sal Perez of the Royals, and I didn't see the other one. 2-2. 2-2. I'm dead serious. Beatty is taking a massive nosedive this year, and I blame this on Stearns and Mendoza trying too much to experiment with a guy who's could have been a good utility third baseman. Beatty hits one towards right field, base hit, that's hanging towards the wall. Yastrzemski will pick it up off the bounce, and Beatty goes to second with a double. Terrence moves to third. Just get one into the outfield, Frankie. I mean the deep outfield where Yastrzemski can't throw somebody out. Mount Visit being used up by the Braves to try to calm Perez down. Seeing-eye double for Beatty. Lindor got on a fielding error by Riley, so by all accounts, you can argue that his run in the first, the run he scored in the first, was not earned. There's former Met first base and pitching coach Anthony Richardson and Jeremy Hefner, respectively, as Lindor takes a big cut at a curveball, 0-1. Perez better calm down on his second go-around to the order, but let's see what he can do here. Mets have sucked horse dick. Fourth lowest runners in scoring position, batting average with runners in scoring position this season. When each of the previous 2 years, they've been at least competent. But I, again, blame this on overkill experimentation, self-indulged in narcissism to destroy a power hitting core. Lindor rips one in the left field, base hit, scooped up. Terrence will score easily. Beatty's going to be held up at third. Tie game. Took him till the 5th of July, but Lindor is finally on double digits in the ribby count, tied at 3. And still nobody out for New York. Basically, roughly the same spot Bo Bichette drove him home from. In the mid-range left field. Had to be played on a hot, and Dubon had to play it basically on the bounce. Oh, Lindor moved to second on the throw. Okay, Soto up next. Soto got on with a single, but then he got tagged out trying to stretch it to a double by the cannon arm of Mike Yastrzemski, who cut the ball off before it got to the wall. All back in the first. 2-0. ABS challenge by Baldwin. Is this going to be a confirmable challenge? Let's look at the ABS count. Let's look at the ABS screen. It's a strike. Just caught the edge by how close? Maybe about a quarter inch of the ball. I don't know. Maybe about a quarter inch of the ball caught the outside edge of the strike zone. 1-1. Upstairs, did Soto go around? No, he did not. 2-1. Counts at 2 balls and 1 strike. Sun's starting to peek through the clouds a little bit. So the only Met heading to the All-Star game chops that one foul, 2-2. He hasn't had much success so far this year. But hopefully next season, when the Mets do try to pick up some big-name hitters that will not get fucking injured, that are qualified to play their positions, and are picks not driven by analytics. And now the ump's got an issue with his gear. Good grief. Yada, yada, to say. Yada, yada, to say. Oh, so that's what happened. Funny. And Atlanta knows they're under the gun. A loss here and a win by Philadelphia and Kansas City. Then Philadelphia will pull within two and have all the momentum heading into the All-Star break. It's deuces wild, as Vince Scully would say. The 2-2 pitch. Soto rips one in the right center. Base hit. That's going to bring home 2. Mets up 5-3. Lindor is in. Beatty's in. Lindor right behind him. That's 4 runs unanswered by the Mets. And for the first time in 5 games, they've scored more than 3 fucking runs. It's now 5-3 New York. 2-run single for Soto. RBIs 42 and 43. And still nobody out. Bo Bichette takes ball 1 up and in, up over the middle and up and out over the middle. Oh, it was RBI 48 for Bichette. Ball 2 as that one comes way too in by Perez. So Mets have scored 4 unanswered runs in this inning. The A.J. Ewing homer got started. Bichette pops this one up. Shallow right. Is it going to be Yastrzemski or Albies who will get it? It's Yastrzemski. 1 down. Vientos walked in his last at. First pitch. Outside ball 1. One and one. I think he's wrong on this one. Let's see. Yep, he's wrong on this one. By about a 1/10 of an inch. He's wrong. Two and one. So both pitchers have been getting pummeled early and often. Soto at first. 2-1 pitch. Ground chopper to Jarvis over to Albies for 1. Over the first, double play. But the Mets do have their biggest inning in a week. In basically a week. They get 4 runs on 4 hits. And strand nobody. Inning and a half complete. 5-3 New York. New York retakes the lead at 5-3. Home run by A.J. Ewing. RBI single by Lindor. And a 2-run single by Soto put the Mets in front after the top of. And the fact that it took 37 pitches for Perez to get out of that inning is a bit concerning if you're Walt Weiss. If you're Braves manager Walt Weiss. The Mets, who have been struggling with runners on scoring position for the last couple of weeks, are so far 3 for 5 today with that situation. Riley, Yastrzemski, and Jarvis due up for the Braves in the bottom of the second. First pitch to Riley, strike one. With the slider, with the four-seamer. Goes to the outside sweeper, swung and miss, 0-2. Riley's going to use his batter's timeout. The hits allowed were on a sinker, a curveball, and a cut fastball. Oh-2. Austin Riley can sit down, and the bat goes. And to paraphrase Happy Gilmore, wow, the bat went further than the ball. Jackass. I mean, seriously, if before Riley swung, I should have said jackass, and then it would have been on-point parody. Because, wow, the bat definitely went further than the ball. Landed in the Met got caught in the net and landed in the Mets dugout. It's the simple things that make me smile. Strike one. One to Yastrzemski. One with the sinker. Let's get rid of this for now. 1-1. Outside 2-1. And it's 3-1. McLean's put himself in a hole. 3 sinkers in a row. None of them have found the strike zone. Three-run pitch. And it's another sinker. And again, he misses. Ball 4. And Jim Jarvis, the young rookie from the Braves farm system, now comes up. Or at least I think he's from the farm system. Let's see what Jarvis has got. Now, before I can be a full-fledged judge on the kid. First pitch. Catches the zone, strike one. Catches the corner, strike one. Jarvis only 2 for this is only his 10th at bat. So, yeah, a rookie. This screams rookie. 0-1 pitch. Line to center. Ewing coming on. Makes the catch. And holds Yastrzemski to first. Santa Maria. Sad news for wrestling fans. You remember that girl that Charlotte Flair had bonded with, Scarlett Guin? Yeah, she passed away from DMG, which is brain cancer that affects the brainstem. Very aggressive. 1-1 pitch. Curveball outside, 2-1. Sad day for the kid. Rest in peace. Baldwin hits this one, but it's going to go foul. 2-2. Chop foul. We'll do it again. Oh, that pizza burger. That's disgusting at AT&T Stadium. Regardless, 2-2 pitch again. Clean sets. Kicks and deals. Ground ball. Base hit. Yastrzemski is going to go to third. Baldwin will hold up at first with a 2-out single. That's still disgusting. There we go. Olsen waits on deck. Go ahead run at the plate in the form of Ozzy. McClain sets. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Outside, 1-1. McClain kicks, deals, fires a cut fastball, and Ozzy took a big cut at it, but he swung under it. 1-2. Slider dog. McClain sets, kicks, curveball, lean towards the line, going over. It's going to hook foul towards the down the third baseline. We'll do a 1-2 pitch again. One-two pitch. Ground ball, scooped up. Gotta get their back fast, and he does. Bae was able to make the save. And with good positioning, Vientos got back to the bag in time after he missed on the dive. Side retired. McClain gives up 2 hits. But nothing gets across on him. 2 innings down, 7 to go. If we can get to or 3 innings to go if we can get to at least 5 before another set of thunderstorms hit. 5-3 at New York. The Mets up 5-3. Pork nachos. Which one was it? Oh, Seattle. The Seahawks. Pulled pork nachos. Pickled jalapenos, a pound of meat. I gotta admit, the Super Bowl champs know how to do nachos. I mean, I've never been at their football stadium. But you tried pound, and I would be willing to roll the dice to pound down a pound of nachos with pulled pork on it. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of pulled pork, to be perfectly honest. Next up, it's off to Fenway. Oh, it's Celtics. Oh, it's the Bruins. Never mind. Pizza cupcakes? Leading off for the Mets, A.J. Ewing and Carson Bench. First pitch. Outside, ball 1. One one. And there's the creature, the Walt Weiss glove. Fouled off. Two and two. The rainbow cookie egg roll from last year. Bench chops this one. Gonna be close. Olsen tag. He reaches out on the tag and he got Bench. One down. Strike 1 to A.J. Ewing. Or Tyrone Taylor, excuse me. Nice catch on the bounce by Riley. 2 down. Ewing had the homer, and he gets called for strike 1. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Fouled off. We'll do it again. That's foul off, and we'll do it again. In the dirt, 2-2. Ewing hits this one down the left field line. It's going to hook foul. We'll do it again. Fouled again. Perez is at least being forced to work. And Ewing goes down swinging on the ninth pitch. Let's see, where was that pitch? I wouldn't show it. Anyway, clean inning for Perez. And Perez gets a clean inning, 1-2-3 inning. 2.5 complete, 5-3 Mets. Hmm. Joe Torre was actually a catcher for the Braves and a player for the Mets. Okay, I knew about Julio Franco, Gary Sheffield. I knew about Bartolo Colon, Bobby Bonilla. Fuck him to death. Popped up, foul, and that play on one. And for those wondering why I curse up a storm about Bobby Bonilla Day, I find it a cursed day. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2. 1-2. Got him swinging, 1 down. Second strikeout of the day for McLean. Was that his third? I don't know. Second. Strike 1 to Harris, who had the 2-run RBI to put the Braves up 3-1. Or 2-1, I should say, back in the first. Low and away, 1-1. Low and in, 1-1. Golf in the midst, 1-2. Hello, Duffney. Doing 2. Got him swinging again. 2 down. McLean finding his stride. That's K number 3, but let's see if he can get the clean inning. Especially when you consider those thunder clouds are getting ready to roll in. That one gets away as Dubon just lets that one go to the backstop. 1-0. Not that that matters since there's nobody on base anyway. Ground ball to Bichette. He'll fling it to first, and Vientos will scoop it. And we're now a third of the way through the game as the clouds are starting to form overhead at Truist. 3 innings complete. Mets up 5-3. 3 on Star Spangled Sunday. Not quite how it happened, but the Knicks won the title anyway. There's a lot of liberties taken with that. It's weird to hear awful coaching basically praising the top three of the top four out of the draft class in summer league. Usually, he's getting ready to blast somebody, but it looks like this year's draft class is looking impressive so far. Far in the NBA, 1-1. 1-1 pitch. Torrance hits this one to deep into mid-range right center field. Harris under it just before the track. He'll make the catch. 1 down. Beatty will be due up next. So far, the Mets have been doing a lot better in this game. They've gotten 5 runs on 6 hits, 2 walked twice, and only struck out once. Ball 1 to Beatty, who's doubled and then scored on the Lindor single that put the Mets back in front. Beatty takes a big hack and he fouls it away 1-1. I mean, Perez's pitch count, if you're Walt Weiss, this is not where you want him at. 73 pitches through 2 and 3 1/3 innings. I mean, sure, he's calmed it down after that second inning, swing and a miss, 1-2. But you're really straddling the line if you catch my drift. One, two. Over the mound bouncer. Going to be scooped up by Jarvis, and he'll throw to first to get Beatty. I mean, honesty, either out Jarvis or Albies could have gotten that. But if Albies had gotten it, it would have been a tough play. So I can see why Jarvis cut in front of him. Lindor up next. Brain dead con. Ground ball to Jarvis. Throw over the first. Inning over. So another clean inning for Perez to keep his pitch count minimized. 3.5 innings complete. 5-3 Mets. I've been on here for almost 3 hours of my own volition. And again, I blame that on a rain delay and my unwillingness to push this back because I didn't even know there was going to be a rain delay. I mean, I had a hunch. I just wanted to believe it wouldn't happen. I was wondering where you were at, Danny. Usually you're the first one to come in and say hello. Dominic Smith will lead off for Atlanta. Then it'll be followed by Austin Riley and Mike Yastrzemski. Countdown to the 2028 Summer Games in the City of Angels, which has become a city of Satan, if you ask me. Strike 1. Smith fouls that one off. I mean, seriously, the 2028 Summer Games in Los Angeles. The so so-called City of Angels. Though if you ask me, it's become a city of Satan. They only show the clean out parts of LA, saying that Newsom and whoever the mayor of Los Angeles are doing a good job. Well, we all know they're a bunch of selfish cunts who would rather keep parts they need for the athletic events clean, while leaving the rest of the place a shithole cesspool of crime. Imagine how much those criminals have to pay, even though crime isn't supposed to. Anyway, Albie snapped a 36 at bat homerless streak last night. 0-2 pitch. That one's lined to center. Ewing moves to his left, and he'll make the catch. 2 down. Next thing you know, maybe in 2034, they'll host them in Atlanta. No, wait, we can't do it again in the U.S. Yastrzemski almost gets hit in 32. 1-0. Yastrzemski walked back in the second, but was not able to get home. Yastrzemski fouls that one off. It was a fastball, 1-1. Oh, here it is. 1-2 pitch. Inside 2-2. I mean, hey, Austin. At least you held on the bat this time. Jackass. Yastrzemski, center field. Ewing on his horse. He'll make the catch before the track. 4 innings down, 5 to go. Soto, Bichette, and Vientos due up for the Mets in the 5th. 5-3 New York through 4. Like I said, Riley, at least you were able to hold on the bat this time. You jackass!
You suck.
You jackass. You just want to kill that. Every time you watch Happy Gilmore, you want to kill Shooter's #1 fan. You want to murder him for how he threw Happy's game off in the charity thing. I mean, not that anyone knew he was being paid off by Shooter to sabotage Happy's efforts. But still, you wanted to kill him. And then Eminem and his son in the sequel, only available on Netflix. Funny. Maybe I should send Vinny the link in his posts. Knows if he wants to tag in. If he wants to pop in. Edit, copy. Nope. First pitch is a ball, or is it a strike to Soto? I don't know. Signal gave out. This is what happens All-Star Week. Oh, it was a ball. Off Perez, on the comebacker, he'll just scoop it up and flip it to Olsen, one by Soto. He'll just flip it to Olsen, one down. I hope he's okay after taking a hit, after getting hit with the ball on the comebacker. Here comes the Braves medical staff to check on and give him a checkup. And the Braves medical staff now comes in to check up on him. Let's see. Okay, ball comes at him. Him in the elbow. Let's see, where'd this get him? Back of the shoulder, maybe the elbow, I don't know. Saying he got him in the elbow, and that's what he's looking at. Soto even went to check on him. He's going to do a few pitches to see if he can keep going. If not, the Braves will have to make a quick call to the bullpen. Make a call to the bullpen. 4 1/3 innings pitched, 1 strikeout, 2 walks, and it looks like he's coming out of the game. So the question is, who are the Braves going to go to in this situation with Perez now down to injury after getting hit in the elbow with the baseball? It was a pretty bad hit off the bat, to be honest. Okay, a lot of people want to know, why is it for the better part of the past month and a half, I have been basically almost nonstop trying with video after video after video almost every day. Well, my watch hours dropping like a brick for the last several months, since it accumulates everything from the past year up to a current point. I've been doing what I can to build them back up. Especially with how much I slacked off throughout most of last year and the early portion of this year. So consider this me trying to make up for a lot of lost time. Until I get my watch hours to where I could make some paydays. I mean, true. 2019 to 2024 was where I blowed myself on the ISWV stuff, but I'm not doing that shit anymore. Or unless something comes up where I have to bring it up. For better or worse. And we are back. Taking the place of Martin Perez is Tyler Kinley. Interesting. Name on the bill. The Jump House. The bat go flying out of the hands and going further than the ball. And you see comebackers injure a pitcher. Kinley will get some practice pitches in before Bichette comes up to the plate. Kinley this year in 34 games, a 382 average, 30 and 2/3 innings, 32-11 strikeout to walk ratio. But his OPS issue is a pretty big one. Against left-handed batters, OPS is 800. OPS against right-handers around 640. And Soto is feeling guilty for accidentally knocking Perez out of the game. There's Rafael Iglesias, who didn't get used last night. It was too big of a stump for him to be bothered. Now, some would say I'm not a very successful YouTuber. I mean, I've only got around 814 subbies. You'd be right. And I've had this, and believe it or not, I've had this channel for almost 20 fucking years. 20 years I've had this channel. Granted, I didn't start off creating content. I started off basically favoriting content and liking it. I didn't start doing content until 2011. You know what's bullshit with the World Cup? And speaking of the World Cup, you know what's bullshit? When it comes to this, anything related to the NBA, the NFL, MLB, and maybe to lesser extents the NHL, oh, they pick up on this thing. It always comes in Spanish, but yet with the World Cup, it comes in clear English. I'd show you, but I don't want to get hit with a copyright strike. I do not know what the hell Harris was doing in the bullpen. Kenley ready to go. Replacing injured Martin Perez, who is on the hook for the loss. First pitch. And Bichette almost gets his head taken off, leaning out of the way. Ball one. This is why I prefer doing the nightcappers. 1-0 pitch. If I'm Bo, I challenge that, but he's not going to. 1-1. If I challenge that, that would be 2-0, not 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. That's foul to the backstop. 1-2. Popped up. Shallow right. Who's going to come on and get it? It's Yastrzemski. 2 down. Strike 1. 0-1 pitch. And Vientos hits this one to deep right, but it's playable for Yastrzemski, inning over. And we are now halfway through the game. Mets up 5-3 through 4.5. It'll be Jarvis, Baldwin, and Albies due up. Baldwin's been the only Brave that McLean has yet to get an out. To manage to bust. Get through this inning, and he'll be in line for the win at minimum. And he's been doing pretty well. Only 61 pitches after an atrocity in the first. Second time he faces McLean. First pitch is outside on a fastball, ball one. Over the plate. One. Chopped right at Vientos. He'll have to hurry it up. Oh, and he dropped, and it goes off him. E3. You brain dead cunt. Fielding error on Vientos. Good fucking crap. Baldwin due up next. Ironically, it was a fielding error that basically got the Mets in trouble in the first inning. So we're coming full circle here. Baldwin takes ball one on a sinker. One. Because again, Stearns is an idiot. It should have been Jared Young today, not him. Baldwin hits this one to deep left center, fairly deep but playable for Soto. He'll make the catch and force Jarvis back to first, one away. Or Taylor, excuse me. I forgot Soto was DHing today. Here's Ozzy. See what the old Wizard of Oz can do right here. Down 2, 1 out. Time. Him representing the tying run. 1-1. 0-1. That looked more like a 1-1, but whatever. Okay, it is 1-0. Okay, they're fixing it now. That's foul to the backstop. 1-1. Stupid scoring booth. Nope. Strike 2. I mean, seriously. Maybe in hindsight, you should give David Stearns a concerto and basically bust his brain till he's a dementia patient. New York has committed 58 errors this year. Ozzie cuts, and was that tipped or did he miss it? Tipped it. I mean, he fouled off 1-2. But as I was saying, with how badly David Stearns fucked this team over. 1-2 pitch. Foul off again to the backstop behind the plate. The fact that I've been hovering around this thing for 3 hours is a bit frustrating. 2 of which for the game, and the other almost 2 with this game, and the other 2 mostly due to the rain delay. I mean, the other they're hour and a half or so due to the rain delay. That one's fouled off, and we'll do it again. And if you're the Braves, this is what you want to do. Stack the pitch count. Ozzie is probably one of the most disciplined hitters in baseball as he bounced that one off. And now Nolan's basically a little bit into his danger zone. 76 pitches. It has been cutter, sinker, four-seamer, sweeper, sinker, cutter. 1-2 again. Let's see what he's got. 1-2 pitch. Fouled again. This time on a cut fastball. And that one goes right into the Braves dugout. There's been four-seamers, cutters, sinkers, a sweeper, and a curveball. When is McLean going to slip up, or when is Ozzie going to take the bait and miss? 1-2 pitch. Let's see here. McLean kicks the leg. Got swinging that one on a fastball on the outside corner. 2 down. But here comes Mad Matt Olson. Swung under it. First pitch, ball 1 to Olson. This goes too high, too far in and high. Olson is lined out, and he's a strikeout victim. For McLean, I believe that's 4 he's struck out today. 2-0. Look, I just want the Mets to get a win today. I don't care what happens tomorrow. They've basically lost this series due to incompetency. Again. 2-1. Due to stupidity in the due to Mendoza's incompetence. And due to the incompetence early on in the year by Mendoza and bleeding into green in a lot of spots. 2-1 pitch. That's fouled and going out of play behind the plate. 2-2. For Met fans, the sooner this season is over, the better. I know. We can rebuild. We can get rid of Stearns. We can strip Stearns of the GM spot. Maybe get Greg Max as a pitching coach. But then again, he's more of a throwback professor. Two-two pitch. And 2-2. Chopper to second. Babe will scoop it up. Fling to Vientos. And the Mets dodge a bullet. We are now officially through 5 innings. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 stranded for Atlanta. Blame that on Stearns for trying to have Polanco play first, only for it to backfire on him, and getting rid of Alonso through everything that Vinny and I have talked about, Ray. In any case, Mets up 5-3, up by 2 after 5. See, this is the guy I have stuck my neck out for. Oh. If you want to come in with me, it's only $5. Oh. Just trust me, there's not much out here in Lebanon. No photo this time, Vic. No photo? No photo. Okay. So what are you up to? Making more rest. Lost the ribbon on my straw hat. What happened? Fell off in hand management, so I lost Caitlin, Spike, Garrett, and Steven Prince's, and little Karibo's autographs. Who cares about the Open? New pitcher on the mound for Atlanta. It looks like it's a former Met, Danny Young. Going to be bench Taylor and Ewing, and bench takes strike 1. Bench is struck out, lined out, and grounded out. And grounded out twice. Swing and a miss. Chase the sweeper outside, 0-2. No discipline from either side at this point since the early innings in terms of plate discipline. Oh, it was a line out and a ground out. I thought it was a line out, strikeout, and ground out. Oh well. 0-2 pitch to Benj. Outside 1-2. And this time Benj does not go after it. Now, what players do I think the Mets are going to keep when we get to the deadline or with a rebuild at the end of the year? Keep Juan Soto, keep Carson Benj, keep Nolan McLean, keep Christian Scott, keep AJ Ewing. Maybe keep Luke Weaver if you haven't shipped him out the deadline because of his trade value. Same thing with Huascar Brazoban. 2-2 pitch. Bench fouls that one off. We'll do it again. But basically get rid of everybody else. Lindor especially, because then it basically forces him to be away from his wife. He can't use political influence. Wins to play to cow the team. And Bench goes down swinging. Maybe keep Bo Bichette. I don't know. Tell me about Ray. Tyrone Taylor's up next to face his former teammate, and I've lost the television signal. And if you think I'm going to use my mini TV, forget it. They'll just give it to me in Spanish at worst if I do pick it up and not give me the signal at all at best. First pitch outside, ball 1. Second pitch in, 1-1. Blame that on how much he got used because of Mendoza's incompetence and reckless narcissistic bullpen gambling, as well as his own self-indulgent stupidity, referring to Mendoza. 1-2, 1-1, 1-2 to AJ Ewing. Or Tyrone Taylor, excuse me, Tyrone Taylor. It is very delicious. Victory is most delicious when it's seasoned with irony. 1-2 and down looking goes Taylor, as the Mets are now starting to fall off in terms of their plate discipline again, as I guessed. That's strikeout number 4 against the Mets, 3 against the Mets. So now AJ Ewing, who got the Mets galvanized in the second with a solo shot to the right center field bullpen, into the Brave bullpen in right center. And he's facing a lefty again in Danny Young. First pitch. Outside with the sinker, 1-0. This is why I don't like doing games in heat waves. Goes outside with a sweeper, way out, 2-0 does Young. Two-zero pitch. Ewing up the middle, base hit, and it's going to be a single for AJ. Jay on a sinker that didn't sink. So a 2-out single, first hit for the Mets since the second inning. And first Met hit since the second inning. And since that 4-run second inning, maybe they'll start galvanizing the team. Coren's up next. Trent's nearly gets hit with a sweeper that comes in on him, 1-0. Called strike, 1-1. Two and one. Beef and copper double? What the hell is a beef and copper? Three one pitch. Ewing is a fleet footer. He'll try to take off. And Trent chops it to Riley. And Riley would go for the sure out at first to end the inning. One hit and nothing else for New York. 5.5 innings complete. 5-3 Mets. See if McClain can get through a 6th inning. He went through 7 last time out against Toronto. But with how badly he got plate discipline came about, I'm not sure you can do that again here in the 7th. I mean, in this case. So Tom is 55,411 away from reaching his $1.5 million goal. Time to do part 12, I guess. Or maybe he's already doing part 12. I don't know. The Yankees are doing even worse. 5 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Mets. 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for Atlanta. Braves will send Harris, Dubon, and Smith to the plate. To start the 6th. Friday, the HBCU Classic. The Futures game on Sunday. The Derby on next Monday. And a sinker goes low, ball, strike 1. It just catches the middle of the plate. Swing and a miss at a changeup. 0-2. Harris is going to burn his batter's timeout. 0-2 pitch. Little golf pop-up. Bainey moves in. He'll make the catch. 1 out. He moves out to shallow center, and he makes the catch. I don't understand why Game Day calls those flyouts when by trajectory angle those are pop-ups. I mean, I understand if a pop-up just stays in the infield. That's fine, but still, those are more like pop flies when you think about it. First pitch to Dubon, strike 1. Ground ball to Vientos. He'll scoop it up. Flip to McLean. He'll step on the bag. 2 down. Sounds like it's raining outside. I better go get the drain cap off. Be right back. And it is. No balls and 2 strikes. One, two. Two and two. So it's now a full count by Dom. I mean, Dom did spend his early years with the Mets beginning in 2017. Had one of his best years in 2018, and to a lesser extent, the pandemic season. And Torrens is going to challenge the breaking ball call. See if he's correct. And he's correct. Strike 3. Mets keep that challenge. We go to the 7th. 6 innings complete. Mets up 5-3. seriously, the fact that I've been at this for 3.5 hours, again, the fact that basically almost 2 of those hours were wasted doing other games because of a rain delay is a bit frustrating for me. Could I have pushed this back to 2:15? Yes, but I was a little concerned or know when the game would start, thinking it would get out of the way pretty quick. But that and my own mentality, get tunnel vision mentality, get shit done when I set when I commit myself to it. Mets will send Beatty, Lindor, and Soto to the plate. And it'll be Dylan Dodd replacing Danny Young. So let's look at this. Nolan McLean, through 6 innings, has thrown 92 pitches, 3 runs, 2 earned, 1 strikeout, 4 hit, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, and 4 hits over 6 innings. I think he's done for the day. Miguel Perez done after 4 1/3 inning, giving up 5 runs, 4 of them earned, 2 walks, 1 strikeout, 1 homer on 6 hits in 4 1/3. Dodd's first pitch to Beatty is a cutter that he fouls off, 0-1. I hate when I lose this signal like this. 0-1 pitch. One and one. One is he goes slider and Beatty doesn't bite on it. You know, heat wave interference is bad enough, but rain interference is worse. That one's fouled off 1 and 2. But rain and wind interference with the reception is even worse. 1 and 2. Dodds 1-2 is outside 2 and 2. Another game's going on. Pittsburgh's up 9-4 over Washington. Cubs are up 2-0 on St. Louis. Kansas City's up 2-0 on Philadelphia. So that gives a little solace to Atlanta, even if they lose today. That one's fouled off, and we'll do it again. Detroit, Minnesota up on the Yankees 6-0. Detroit, Tampa, and Houston, and Detroit and Texas have just started. Full count. And here comes the Thunder. How far is Richmond County from Cabarrus County? Payoff pitch. They're going to call ABS. This is probably going to get overturned to a strikeout, and it is. At least a third of the ball is in the strike zone. I don't know why Beatty didn't bother to try to take a cut at it. You got to defend yourself on those pitches. 1 down. 1-0 first pitch. Lindor has to get out of the way of that one. Ball 1. Lindor reached on an error in the first, singled in the second. Upstairs, 2-0. Lindor fouls this one off, 2-1 as it goes to the backstop. I hope mom shut the wind. Wait a minute, she wouldn't have bothered going in the sunroom. It's a fucking oven today. Three and one. Another high sinker that doesn't drop. Ground ball to third. Riley will scoop it up. Throw to first. 2 down. Out on the bounce. 2 down. The Mets are getting their runs through small ball predominantly. And today, predominantly through small ball. Because a lot of the games they've lost, they've been over-reliant on the long ball to get runs. Fun fact, Soto and Andrew Jones actually made their debuts as first basemen before getting moved to the outfield. Soto fouls that one off, 0-1. One. Against Dodd, Soto was 4 out of 6 with a double and an RBI. 1-1 pitch is tipped into the glove, 1-2. Baldwin, 1-2. Fly ball to center. It's not fairly deep. It's not deep. Harris will come up under it and inning over. Time to stretch in hot Atlanta. 6.5 complete, 5-3 New York. God bless America. It's home. Might as well help Mom get old Glory up. Get old Glory out of the rain while I can. I'll be right back. Better turn my camera off. So mom, she gonna get in my case if I don't get that flag in the house. And in this case, if I don't get it fast.
It feels good to go.
Dive into a Capri Sun made with all natural ingredients and no artificial flavors or colors. Capri Sun, Coke, sip, please.
Someone kill me, please. I turn my back for 10 minutes, and it's a runner on third. How many outs? That's what I want to know. How many fucking outs are there? Oh, it was a single to lead off the inning. And the Mets are going to their bullpen. So who's going to face Yastrzemski? We know this is bullshit analytics coming into play again, and something I want to strangle Stearns to death for. It's going to be Brooks Raley. Haven't heard from him in a while. Hell, he hasn't been used in this whole series as far as I know. Ugh. Either way, tying run at the plate now for Atlanta. I turn my back just to go get the flag, and this shit happens. Yada yada da say. And it's going to be Eli White to face Yastrzemski, which means White, in a reversal of last night, White will stay in for the rest of the game. Ball one, strike one, as it's fouled off. 3-2 now in favor of St. Louis. 9-5 Pittsburgh. Tied at 3 in Cleveland. 2-1 Royals. 1-0 Rockies. Something I don't get to say much of. Really ahead in the count on White, 1-2. White's been a pain in the ass for the Mets in this series. Jarvis waits on deck. Baldwin's in the foxhole. 1-2. Got him swing, one down. Got him to chase on the cut. On the cutter. And to chase the cutter. One away. And now now Weiss is emptying his bench. He'll go to Jorge Mateo to pinch hit. So that means triple switch. Triple sub in the top of the 8th. Mateo will play short, White to right field. And whoever they get to pitch the 8th inning will come on for Atlanta. And whoever comes on to pitch next will be the substitutions for Atlanta in the 8th. Strike one on the sweeper by Raley to Mateo, 0-1. No time to go to second. He'll go to first and get the out. And now here comes Drake Baldwin. He's been plunked. He scored a run, and he's flown out. Nice barehand play by Bo. But as a trade-off, Riley moves into scoring position with the tying run coming to the plate. First pitch is a strike. And Baldwin pops it up. Lindor calling everyone off, and he'll make the catch. Inning over. Mets dodge a walk bullet. Watch a bad base hit bullet. And leave a runner stranded at second. 7 innings complete. New York 5, Atlanta 3. I better see when it's going to stop raining in my neck of the woods. Let's see. Troy, Kannapolis. Here we go. Concord. Rain for the next hour. Shit. Well, at least it's cooler. It's going to be a little cooler today and tomorrow. And steady declines on the storm, on the level. Are we all wrong about this here in baseball? Okay, as I mentioned, double substitution, and well, if it ain't old Cookie coming in to pitch. I mean, after the Mets ruined him as a starter, he reduced himself to a bullpen arm. Two and zero. In the center field, base hit for Bichette. Harris will cut it off, and it's a leadoff single for the Mets. Why not? No, the Young comes in to replace Mark Vientos, and thank God he's a much better. Young's a much better glove hand. I mean, late in the game, I would have called for a challenge on that. Pop up, caught, one down. If that is the pilot. Who's flying the plane? Change up fouled off by Ben, 0-1. There's one thing I hate with NB. Like I said, summer day NBC game calls, pain in the ass with how much static I have to deal with. Fouled 0-2. One and two. Ben just lined out, struck out, and grounded out in his 3 at bats today. Ground ball to Ozzie, 4-6-3 ends the inning. Mets get a hit, but they get nothing out of it. Get another hit, but they get nothing out of it. We go to the 8th. Luke Weaver coming on, 5-3 New York. Young will replace Vientos at first. flying the plane? That is the pilot. Who's flying the plane? Love that line. Just remember, this is part 12 at this point. Luke Weaver now due up. Let's reduce the volume a bit. Luke hasn't allowed a run since April 30th against Washington, so he's been the best pitcher the Mets have had coming out of the pen. One of the few things that David Stearns has gotten right this year when you think about it. First pitch to Ozzie, swing and a miss, strike one. Went after the changeup. Weaver, unfortunately, is facing the heart of the Brave order, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. Tipped into the glove, 0-2. Went after the fastball. Fly ball to center. Ewan coming on. Makes the catch. 1 down. I wouldn't give for a Fubo subscription. Michael Harris Jr., the second up next. Matt Olson up next, and he chases a changeup in the dirt, 0-1. Weaver kicks and deals, four-seamer to the backs, swung on, hit toward the backstop, 0-2. Met bullpen this year, 6th best in the majors, 3rd in WHIP, 5th in OPS in batting average. Despite the shit show they've been in 2026. Weaver kicks and sets, kicks and deals, outside with the changeup, 1-2. That's hit deep to left field, hooking down the line toward the corner. It is foul. 1-2 is fouled off the plate, and we'll do it again. Fouls it off the plate, and we'll do it again. Cubs just got 4 runs back. It's now 6-3 in Chi-Town. White Sox lead the Guardians by the same score. Phillies now down 3-1, but they got 2 on, 2 out in the 6th. Weaver kicks, deals, just missed the outside edge, 2-2. This one catches that corner, strike 3. And that burns the last challenge for Atlanta. I mean, the last ABS challenge for the first ABS challenge for Atlanta. First pitch to Harris, change up in the dirt, swing and miss, 0-1. Kicks and deals, foul down the first baseline, 0-2. Two and two. Here he comes to save the day. Full count as Weaver's pitched himself into a pickle. He was up 0-2 on Harris, and now he's behind as Harris is figuring him out. Payoff pitch on its way. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Swung on and missed, strike 3. We go to the 9th. I think we should keep Weaver. He's the best pitcher we got in the pen. You'd be an idiot to give up one of the best setup men in the league this year. We go to the 9th. Mets up 5-3 over Atlanta. Start with the top of the ninth. It's going to be Tyrone Taylor, AJ Ewing, and Luis Torrens against the Cookie. Let's see if they can crumble it. First pitch is up and in, too far, ball one. It's fouled off. One, two as he swings and misses a changeup. First two are sinkers. Foul at the changeup. And that one hits Taylor. Or he fouled that one off. 1 and 2. Taylor hits this one deep right left field. Going back, left center field, and it's out of here. Second homer in as many days. Tyrone Taylor puts the Mets up 6-3.
And so he gets underway to deep center track near the wall, and it's out of here. Tywin ahead 0-2. And he flies one out to right field. Back goes Tucker to the warning track. Back in the field. It's out of here. 1-2 Alonso. And he lifts one out to right field. Chasing Rodin back to the warning track. And it's out of here. Pete Alonso goes the other way.
Mets now go up 6-3, 1-1 on a changeup. That's home run number 5 for Tyrone Taylor this year. Santa Maria. 2-1. Swing and miss, 2-2. Ball 3. Had the spuds for breakfast, the salad and the burger for lunch. No way I'm going out for dinner. Payoff pitch is tipped into the glove and missed. Strike 3. Only the 5th strikeout against the Mets. Atlanta has, 5, 6, 7, 8 strikeouts against them today. Strange that none of the homers in this series have gone into the drink. For those wondering what the drink is, it's that fountain just in front of the batter's eye in deep center. Torrens takes ball 1, that one almost hits him. 1-0. Torrens grounds it to Mateo. He'll throw to first, 2 away. So the only Mets not to get hits today were Vientos, Young, Benj, and Torrens. Beatty is the last man up. Swing and a miss, strike one. He uses his batter's timeout. One pitch, 0-1 pitch. Bay rips one to right field, base hit, cut off by White, and he'll hit the brakes at first. Pickoff throw by Carrasco to first. Bay back there safely. Lindor 1 for 4 with an RBI single. He reached on error. And a pop up and a ground out. Strike one over the middle. High middle. 0-1. Big cut and miss, 0-2. One, two. Two and two. That was a changeup. After a steady diet of cutters, after 3 straight cut fastballs. Foul back. We'll do it again. Blown away, full count. And Lindor is going to take a walk. That moves Beatty over to second for Soto. So it takes ball one. That's a strike. 1-1. So it does not chase 2-1. Upstairs with another sinker, 3-1. Mets can get at least 2 more across the plate. They're basically negates the need to bring Devin out. Carrasco goes slider, and it's fouled off. Fouled off the plate. Full count. Payoff pitch. And Soto gets walked to load the bags. I mean, at this point, if you're Walt Weiss, get the hook. Look, at this point, you need, I mean, even if it's no save decision, you would need to at least get Raciel Iglesias out there just for the sake of damage control, for damage control purposes. Carrasco kicks and deals, strike 1. Bichette blasts this one deep center, going back to the track. It's going to go off the fence and clear the bags. It's a 3-run double for Bo, or a 2-run double for Bo, and the Mets lead is now 8-3. Straightaway center, RBI double for Bo Bichette. That gives him 3 on the day to put him at 50 on the season. I thought that one was going out for sure. Strike 1 to Jared Young. Cut fastball, misses the edge, 1-1. So the Mets have gotten 3 runs on 4 hits in this inning. Ground ball into center field, in the left field, base hit. 2 runs come home. It's now 10. RBI single for Jared Young. It's now 10-3 New York. Urquidy, Soto, and Bichette come home. If this was a wake-up call for the Mets, I don't know what was. Even if it's a temporary wake-up call. Carson Bench up next. And he grounds out to Ozzie to end the inning. But the Mets do double their run total. The Mets double up their run total. 5 runs, 6 hits on 5 hits. And they strand 1. We go to the 9th. The Mets now lead 10-3 in this third game of 4. It'll be Dubon, Smith, and Riley to try to save the Braves. Or is it 5 runs on 4 hits? I don't know. So I prefer Saturday night baseball over Sunday baseball. Let's check the World Cup match on the pitch right now. Which game is it? It's up there. It's on the pitch today. Oh, Norway against Brazil. It's at halftime with no score. The other game is later tonight. Mexico against England. Winner of those games face each other on July 11th. And they're going to bring in Huáscar Brazabon to pitch the final inning. Each team scored in the first 3 half innings, but then it became a pitcher's duel from bottom of the second all the way to the top of the ninth, when the Mets basically doubled their run total. Sinker, ball 1. Foul down the third base line, 1-1. In all honesty, I don't know if you can uncurse a team that you didn't curse. I mean, it hasn't worked for the Mets, Danhausen. That's gone. Or not. It's going to drop for a base hit. I thought it was gone. Lindor gave up on a pop-up and left. So Dubon is on with a leadoff bloop single in the left. Ground ball, base hit, and it's now runners on first and third and nobody out. The Braves aren't going down without a fight. I know. Come on. One. Throwing error by Huasker, trying to pick off the runner at third. First, it's going to score a run, 10-4, and an Eli White signal. Okay, at this point, can we get Huasker out of there? I don't want a repeat of what happened in Washington back in 2019. Granted, we were up 6 at that point. Here we're down 7. We were up 7. We've given one of those fucking runs back. Brozzi will face Eli White. Met infielders go to try to calm him down. Lindor or Torrens go towards the mound to try to calm him down. Infield's going to move in, willing to sacrifice a run for 2 outs. If they can get the fucking outs. Sinker low, ball 1. If the Mets blow this game, I'm going to be pissed beyond recognition. This will be as bad, if not debatably worse, than the game they blew against Washington in 2019 that cost them their playoff shot. 2-0. And Brozzi just can't locate. Fucking cunt. Gets the sinker there for a strike. Full count. If I had to guess, Toby Myers is warming up. Nope, it's Devin. And he fucking walked him, you son of a bitch! I'm gonna murder Andy Green. I'm gonna murder Carl Smith. I'm gonna murder David Stearns. And I'm gonna murder Steve Cohen for this bullshit. You're giving the Braves a fucking chance to rally, you dumbasses. Guess the gambling bug from Mendoza possessed Green. I don't know. And again, I don't fucking know at this point. I'd rather just shoot these dumbasses where they stand. First pitch. Fouled off, 0-1. But then again, considering I've been sitting on my ass on and off for 4.5 hours, bouncing between 3 different baseball games, can you blame me for getting pissed? Missed again, 1-1. Oh, it's 0-2. Never mind. I thought that was a ball. Just caught the strike zone. No challenges left for Atlanta. Payoff 0-2 pitch. Got him. And that's a much needed first out and strikeout for Huasker Brazaban. 1 down. As Mateo goes down swinging. Back to the top of the order, and it's Drake Baldwin up next. More than half of the people that showed up today at Truist have flown the coop. Baldwin blasts this one. Left field, deep but playable. Or is it gone? It's a salami? Santa Maria! Get Williams in there, damn it! Green, you fucking cunt. You're screwing this game up, Andy Green. 10-8 New York. This is basically becoming what happened in 2019 with the Nationals, but worse. Mets want to take a look at this. Was this caught or did it go over the fence? Nope. Over the fence. And finally, Huascar Brazaban is given the fucking hook. 15th home run of the year for Baldwin, and a 7-run lead has now been cut to just 2. Because this Mets squad is run by a bunch of dimwitted cunts. Why do you do this to me, God? Why do you do this to me? Now Devin Williams will come on to close it out. Basically similar to what happened with Edwin in 2019 against Washington. That fateful, what was it, late August, early September day. And all because Andy Green decided to gamble. Now, don't get me wrong. Dumb move to have brought Devin. It would have been a dumb move to bring Devin in when you were up 7, but the point still applies. You don't take your foot off your opponent's throat. You press down on it and crush it. And that was the first home run given up all day first home run for Atlanta all day as Ozzie comes up. First pitch, strike one, 4-seamer over the plate. This shit should not have happened. Down the right field line, it's going to hook foul. And this one's also going to hook foul down the right field line. Braves have won 27 comeback games. And that one fouled again. Especially when you consider more than half of Atlanta's wins this year have been comebackers. This will be their biggest one of the year if they pull it off. This one foul going down the left field line. That one chopped foul, so at least this one's on the ground. Closers really need a third pitch in their arsenal. Can't rely on just two. Upstairs, 1 and 2. And Ozzy goes down swinging, 2 down. And after an 8-pitch battle with Devin Williams. Chase. It's like fastball based on the setup. Let's see. Here's Olsen. Last chance for Atlanta. Strike 1. I am really hating that thunderstorm outside. In the dirt, 1 and 1. So what did Ozzy chase that got him out? Let's see. What did he chase? Fastball. So I was right. 1 ball, 1 strike to Olsen. Rip to right field. Fair ball into the corner. Olsen's going to get the second with a 2-out double. The throw to Bench didn't get him. So Michael Harris represents the tying run. First game since 2019 in which each team has scored 5 runs in the 9th inning. Take a fucking guess which one that was. Yeah, the game between the Mets and the Nationals. Fouled off by Harris. Swing and miss at the changeup again. 1 and 2 to 0 and 2. 0 and 2. Braves down to their final strike. Let's see if the Mets can hold the line. Harris burns his batter's timeout. Oh, 2. And the dirt gets away. Olsen will go to third. Wild pitch. Braves get a little life there. Ground ball. Young. Did he get him? Umps are saying he's safe. which is a bullshit call if that's going to hold. Mets are challenging the call, or looking at to see if it's a challengeable call. And the fuckwads screw it up. Run comes home 10-9, and now DeBon with a chance to win it for Atlanta. You fucking cunts. Why did you jog to the bag, Devin? Run to it and sprint to the bag. Base hit. That's going to move everyone up a bag. And now the tying run is 90 feet away. The winning run is on first. Because of a fucking gamble again! I am so fucking pissed with this. This is basically going to play out the same way it did in 19. If Smith gets a hit through the hole, Atlanta wins. I want this Met team blown up at the end of the season. And I want David Stearns gone. Because of this brain dead cunt. This team is in the basement. David Stearns, you are scum! A terrorist! A criminal! For destroying this team. For your selfish desires. Two and one. Strike two. Once again, Atlanta down to its final strike. And I'm giving myself a heart attack with this shit. Smith wastes his batter's timeout. Move the outfield up. And in, damn it. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Put it in the books. Game over. Mets fucking survive. 10-9. It should not have come down to that method. Winning pitcher Nolan McLean, he goes to 6-5. Losing pitcher Miguel Perez, as he drops to 3-7. 13th save of the year for Devin Williams. So it should not have come to this because of a bonehead gamble and Brosgabon's inability to locate his pitch and Brazzi's inability to locate his pitches. Just like a dumb fucker. 10 runs on 12 hits and 3 errors for the Mets, to Atlanta getting 9 runs on 12 hits and an error. Mets go to 37-53. The Braves drop to 52-36. In a game that was delayed by over almost 2 hours, the Mets hang on. Thanks to everybody who stuck through this. Me not just hopping between two other games during the rain delay, but also through this stress tester. I'm Matt2128. Comment, like, share, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, as well as the Aboriginal Sports Network and Hardcore Sports Network. Though, again, I don't do baseball on the ladder anymore. Goodbye, and good fucking night. Bang.